show con.
All right, Walt and Jesse, I figured out the best possible place for you to do money launder. Forget the laser tag place, forget the car wash. This idea I have is perfect.
Okay, I'm listening.
I'll enter into talent show with you as my manager. And when I win, which I will, the drug money can be claimed to be the shared winnings from the show as well as any deals we may have.
That's fine, Saul. But to win a talent show, you actually have to be talented. As far as I know, you don't have any talents besides being part of the greatest show of all time, Slipping Jimmy, out now on AMC.
But that's where you're wrong. I'm actually a professional beatboxer.
I have better things to do with my time, bitch. I could be banging Jane right now.
Just Jane is dead. Saul, I just don't believe you. I don't think you can beatbox at all, let alone to the standard of winning a talent show.
See, this plan will work.
Well, it certainly was impressive, but I still don't think you'll win the talent show from back.
I'll make up a sad backstory.
This is the most perfect plan of all time.
Hello, what is your talent?
I can't beatbox.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. You got a sad backstory.
I slipped once as a kid and was bullied all the time for it. Kids at school always called me, Falling Jimmy. Yeah. After the fall, the doctor told me I would never beatbox again. But here I am today, ready to show you what I got.
This is perfect. There's no way you'll lose.
Thank you.
Hello, what is your talent?
Rappy, wait, you don't give a shit, do you? From a very young age, I was a talented rapper. Even started a band with my brother, known as Los Hermanos Raperos. Which means the Rapper Brothers.
Oh, okay, carry on.
This band was a success at first, but unfortunately my brother did not have the same passion, so I did what any reasonable person would do and shot him 38 times in the chest. Unfortunately, as a result of this, I was sentenced to 200 years in prison. Meaning I could not share my rapping talent with the world.
I'm having sex with you right now.
But know that I am a free man. I hope for my passion to be enjoyed by the world as well.
Oh, come on, that wasn't even that sad. Seriously, Jesse.
I'm sorry, Mr. White, it's just that part with shooting someone 38 times in the chest really resonated with me.
The fuck?
I will kill your wife. I will kill your son. I will kill your... I will kill your wife. I will kill your son. I will kill your... You can't get away with it! I will kill your...
Hello, Hector. I need you to do something for me.
Thank you.
Well, so, since it was only you, and guess that applied this year, you are this year's winner.
Finally, I'm free to use my money as I please.
Where is it?
Where's the money?
The money, Skylar.
The talent show money.
Where is the money?
I spent it all on NFTs. Those apes were just so funny.
Hay edulcorante para todo lo que te gusta.
Oh shit. Here we go again. Negate. Negate. Surprise. On into the red supernova dragon. Creation resonator being added back to the hand. Wait, 3 plus 3? What? I did not. Oh my Jesus. The synergy. You have not seen adventure being used like this. All you know is about Griffin Rider and Draco back. This dude is using them just to synchro. Are you sick of generic boss monsters? Well, here is a real Chad boss monster. Red Supernova Dragon. Let's go.
There can only be one winner, and you're looking at it. Let's go.
Eat the call with the Wandering Wildwind. So what you want to do with this deck is with Crimson Resonator, you want to make a level 6 synchro. So you need a level 4 monster plus the Crimson Resonator. Small Worlds could help you search for the level 4 non-tuner or the Crimson Resonator, in addition to the Resonator Call helping you. We are going to Ascator. Ascator is going to make an easy level 8 synchro. This is going to be Chaos Ruler. Now, Chaos Ruler is going to look at the top 5 cards of the deck. Light or dark is going to be added to the hand. The rest will be milled. What do we want here? We're going to grab the Synchron Resonator. Now, it's important to note the big restriction of Crimson Resonator states that you must have exactly 1 Dark Dragon Synchro to use this effect. So if you have the token plus the Griffin Rider, then that's too many monsters on the field. You have to just have a Dark Synchro. Come forth and summon up to 2 Resonators. We are taking the Maxi Challenge. This is a Quadra summon, 7,500 attack. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to make another monster. This is not enough. It's very nice, but we want more. Can we make more? Of course we can make more. We're going to summon the Chain Resonator, and it's going to summon a Resonator from the deck. We're going to gain 6,500 life. We're going to use the Chaos Ruler in the graveyard to come forward, banish a Light and Dark from the graveyard to summon, and now we can make the Hot Red Dragon Archfiend for a negate on top of banish the whole field mates. We're playing against Fluandereeze, by the way, just to spoil it. Fluandereeze with their entire deck in their hand. Let's go. 14,000 life. Stry on summon, banish a card. Okay. Eglin on summon, search. Negates. Do you really have that many cards and no map? Where's your map? Bro, there's no way. You don't have a map. You got the map. You got the map. Map is going to reveal the Rabina, banish the Eglin, summon Rabina. Are we going to Supernova, wipe the fields? Yes! Wipe the fields! Banish wait, they like being banished. Get rid of everything. Delete the field. He could Toucan now. Does he have Toucan? He got Toucan. Uh-oh. Are they still going off? He could not tribute summon. There's no way. He used Stry, Rabina, Eglin, Toucan. He can't summon another monster than tribute. There's no way. There's no way. Barrier statue. Oh, shoot. Uh-oh. Now, the Supernova won't come back if the barrier statue's still there or not negated. But if we Dark Ruler no more, then we're okay. We did take the Maxi Challenge. not negating the barrier statue. We have to attack over it. We have to get rid of it. That is the additional summon. If we normal summon, he would have summoned Maxi on the attack. Okay, 2200. We have successfully taken out the barrier statue. We're going to activate the hot red to summon the red resonator, gaining 3200. 17,000 life. This was a problem in Duel Links where the deck was gaining too much life. Bro, you're under max C. What are you doing? You're under max C. You need to stop. We're going to Chaos Ruler, even under max C. We do not care. Top 5 cards of the deck, add a light or dark among those 5. What are we looking for? We have not committed to our normal summon yet. We're going to grab the Witch of the Black Forest. We're setting it. Come back Super Nova Dragon. Indestructible. And banishes the whole field. Pot of E. Bro, you still have cards in your deck? Okay, draw 2. Map for the additional summon. You still have a monster in the deck to banish? You don't. You have the field spell. Okay, we are going to be activating the Scry on Chain Link 2. Scry, come back to me. Wait, did you summon Rabina and not activate Rabina? You have nothing left to search. What? Okay. He's got nothing in the deck. Call by the Grave to the hand, but that's not going to be good against us. This is going to tribute our field. This is not good. We're going to negate that. Negate. Because he has his additional summon right now, he could tribute our field. We don't want him to tribute the Supernova. Very good negate. Mega Monarch is going to target the Supernova Dragon and Chain Link block. Now, you could still chain to the monster that's chain link blocking because we are going to banish the entire field. And we're not going to be spun back to the extra deck. It's not happening. Banish the entire field. We have Fluanderies, double max seeing, and they cannot beat Resonator. Fully wiping the field with Supernova Drag. Wait, set 4. What? He just discarded a ton of cards. Discard 4 in the end phase. Supernova's coming back in the end phase, though. We're going to Wandering King Wildwind, add our Creation Resonator, special summon. And, excuse me, what are we making? No. Hot Red Dragon Archfiend King Calamity. You don't know what this card does. When this card is synchro summoned, you can activate this effect. For the rest of this turn, your opponent cannot activate cards. Also, cards your opponent controls cannot activate their effects. So just chain your 4 back row, not a big deal. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to this card's activation. You can't chain. And you can't activate for the rest of the turn. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. You cannot chain. It's an access code talker. But negates everything. Absolutely nuts. Yes. Fluandery scooping. Double Supernova. Now that is a duel. Damn. We are going second. We got Max C to be right, but we're going to easy negate that. Very good. Even if you're not a fan of Max C, just eating up their negates is great. We have the Fateful Adventure engine in our Red Resonator deck. Token. Griffin Rider is here. Triggering a search for the Draco back, so we didn't have a good Ash Blossom negate because he already had the Griffin Rider mates. Searching for the Water Enchantress. Maybe he should not have revealed that he had Griffin Rider and then bait the Ash. He would negate searching the Griffin Rider, but then he goes, Keck W, I already have it. Interesting. I'm wondering if that would have been better. He's not going to Ash negate the right. The Griffin could negate, but would that even be a good negate? Let's go. Ascator. Okay, Fateful Adventure, very good to eat up a negate, so we don't even have to focus on the Fateful Adventure engine. We could simply just make plays uninterrupted. We ate up the Griffin, he's scared, he ran off. We're going to summon the Crimson Resonator, only summonable if you have no monsters to special summon. Ascator is discard a card for an instant level 8 synchro. Let's go. Chaos Ruler. We didn't even need to use the small world, which makes our deck more consistent. Top 5 cards of the deck. Let's get lucky, please. Please. No luck. That's not, I think we wanted something better. Crimson Resonator, come forth and summon double Resonator from the deck. Wait, we get small worlds we make our own luck. We search for a, wow. I thought small world was dead. It's not dead. Let's go. Red Rising Dragon is going to activate with the Witch of the Black Forest. Now, the downside of Witch of the Black Forest is whatever you search cannot activate. But we're gonna cheat. We're gonna legally cheat. How we legally cheat is the monster we search, we're not going to activate it. We're going to inherently special summon it. Inherently special summon the Creation Resonator, 6 plus 3, making Hot Red Dragon Archfiend. And then with the Chaos Ruler, we're going to make Super Nova Dragon. 8,000 attack, mate. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. Made sure to negate the Fateful Adventure. Otherwise, he would have been protected from destruction. Woo! That's a nice little detail that you could have messed up, but you did not. 8,000 damage with the Supernova Dragon. Yes. Now, how can we use this with Fateful Adventure? If we use this with the Adventure engine, the Crimson Resonator requires no monster on the field. That's fine. You could summon it, then use the Fateful Adventure cards. But then, to use the other effect of the Crimson Resonator, we must have exactly one Dark Dragon Synchro, which means if we summon the Griffin, then that's not going to make it so we have exactly one Dark Dragon Synchro. But the Adventure token's level 4 token plus the Crimson Resonator, that's a play. Eat the Ash. Eat that Ash. Resonator Call is more than once per turn we can activate it. It is not hard once per turn. You'll get the deck list for this, don't worry. Water Enchantress, grabbing the Rite of Erismere. You always want to eat the hand traps before committing to what you really want to do. We're going to get the token and the Fateful Adventure, and you see that we're not even going into the Griffin Rider play. It's a level 4 token, which enables our main play. We're going to grab the Crimson Resonator with exactly one Dark Dragon on the field. We're going to summon 2 of our Resonators from the deck, grabbing a Red Resonator. Now we're going to Fateful Adventure, grabbing the Water Enchantress, discarding the Red Resonator, and the Water Enchantress is level 3. So what do we do at level 3? I'm kind of stumped here. Is there a play here? Shokan into the Red Supernova Dragon. Creation Resonator being added back to the hand. Wait, 3 plus 3? What? I did not. Oh my Jesus. The synergy. You have not seen Adventure being used like this. All you know is about Griffin Rider and Draco back. This dude is using them just to synchro. Not even touching the Griffin Rider. We don't need it. He made the full play with the Adventure engine. No Griffin needed. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, you got Griffin Rider. Okay, but where's your token at? Oh, okay. That's going to be a level 10 Synchro Shokan. That's going to be Baron DeFleur. And we got the Rose Dragon summoning the Rox Rose. We're going to Baron DeFleur, get poppin'. I'm going to banish your whole field. You're going to negate. I'm going to negate. Your negate that fully negates you. You are super negated. Now my Hot Red Dragon doesn't even die. What? Manish! The entire field. Absolutely nuts. Fully negated. How outplayed did you just get? You got so outplayed. Insane. Insane. We're going to...
Encuentra el camino más directo al éxito con la fórmula de crecimiento de Google Ads.
Sabemos más que nadie que estos momentos son únicos.
banish the adventure girl, grabbing the right of Arismir. We're going to grab the token, trigger the fateful adventure. Well, not trigger, we're going to ignition. We're going to discard the Draco. Draco, equip, return the back row. The adventure synergy. I like it. I like it. It wasn't toxic. He didn't just end on Griffin Rider. He used it to enable his core boss monster plays. Now, that's what I'm talking about when I love implementing generic cards into your deck to enable your main plays. Playing Small Worlds, playing the Adventure Engine, but it's all ending on your Supernova Dragon, which is what I feel Yu-Gi-Oh! Should be, right? Your boss monster, your deck identity. He has a deck identity. He is summoning unique boss monsters that you're not seeing elsewhere. Besides, the Hot Red Dragon Archfiend, you see it sometimes. Now, here's the deck list. He made Introduction to Resonators. He made the guide. He made the guide. The guide. I don't know if he has a link to his Adventure Engine, but so if you want to learn the whole Resonator deck, he wrote the guide on how to play the deck. So check. Oh, he does have the Adventure Engine in here. Very good. Perfect. And does he have a deck list in his guide with the Adventure Engine that's going to be the deck he's using? This is his deck. So thank you so much, CKW81 with the Chad deck. And I will link to the guide right here, actual Chad. There you go. That is the link to his deck. Beautiful. Triple Small Worlds. We got the whole Adventure Engine to help enable our plays. We're not just ending on the Griffin Rider. We saw great plays with the Chaos Ruler, milling, the Ascator's instant Chaos Ruler. The main restrictions of the deck is you need no monsters to summon the Crimson Resonator, and you want to have exactly one Dark Dragon Synchro to activate the Crimson Resonator. But then after you do that, you could pop off. You're only restricted on your extra deck. You cannot summon from your extra deck except Dark Dragon Synchros after making your Crimson Resonator play. But beyond that, you could special summon more. You could summon Griffin Rider if you end up actually having it in the hand. And here is the extra deck. Thank you so much. That was amazing.
Oh no. Oh no, dude, no shot. Guys, this it feels like this feels like entanglement all over again. Guys, this is gonna be like entanglement 2.0. It's been a minute. Over the last few months, I've been doing a lot of thinking and personal work. You asked a lot of fair questions that I want to take some time to answer. Okay, I guarantee you, most of the heavy, hard-hitting questions are not in there.
32 months Pagman, can I get a welcome to the jungle Pagman? XQCL.
Why didn't you apologize
Jesus.
To Chris in your acceptance speech? I was fogged out by that point. It's all fuzzy. I've reached out to Chris, and the message that came back is that he's not ready to talk, and when he is, he will reach out.
That is not the question, but okay.
So I will say to you, Chris, I apologize to you. My behavior was unacceptable, and I'm here whenever you're ready to talk. I want to apologize to Chris's mother. I saw an interview that Chris's mother did, and that was one of the things about that moment. I just didn't realize. And
Guys, I don't want to shit on him, okay, or go on top, okay, but I think a lot of people were kind of worried about the whole ordeal. Not that it's a big ordeal, I think that requires that much attention, but I think there's a difference between like smacking somebody in melee range and being in a public place and whatever, and full of people, and walking up from your fucking seat and walking literally dozens of meters all the way to the stage and then slapping. That's like, bro, that's an extreme. There's so many layers of like thinking and premeditation behind that. Like melee range is something, okay? Going across the universe is a whole other one. That's not the same thing at all.
You know, I wasn't thinking
Not
about
the
how
same thing.
many people got hurt in that moment. So I want to apologize to Chris's mother. I want to apologize to Chris's family, specifically Tony Rock. You know, we had a great relationship. You know, Tony Rock was my man.
Descubrí Colombia. Variedades de origen. Nuevas cápsulas, morenita.
And this is probably irreparable. I spent the last 3 months replaying and understanding the nuances and the complexities of what happened in that moment. And
wow, okay.
I'm not going to try to unpack all of that right now, but I can say to all of you, there is no part of me that thinks that was the right way to behave in that moment.
Oh,
There's
that's
no
cap.
part of me that
Oh, that's cap, dude. Dude, no shot. Okay, dude, no part. Come on, man. Like I said, man, if this was a melee range incident, okay, then no part yet. Guys, there's gonna be some sort of part. Rage or being upset, okay, is a part of something that you kind of lose control of a part of you, right? But there are limits to that, okay? Whenever their time goes by, like seconds, like a bunch of seconds, and then you go all the way out, okay? There's at least a part of you that is that way. Come on, man. Like, dude, it's not that big of a deal, but come on, man.
That's the optimal way to
Bro, okay,
handle
dude, come on now.
a feeling of disrespect or insult.
I didn't miss the point. I have it. Shut up. I have it.
After Jada rolled her eyes, did she tell you to do something? No. It's like, you know, I made a choice on my own, from my own experiences, from my history with Chris. Jada had nothing to do with it.
Funny.
I'm sorry, babe. I'm gonna say sorry to my kids and my family for the heat that I brought on all of us. To all my fellow nominees, you know, this is a community. It's like I won because you voted for me, and it really breaks my heart to have stolen and tarnished your moment.
Okay.
I can still see Questlove's eyes. You know, it happened on Questlove's award, and
I know what that is.
You know, it's like I'm sorry really isn't sufficient. What would you say to the people who looked up to you before the slap, or people who expressed that you let them down?
Okay. Yeah. I still think this is kind of weird though. You let them down. Oh no, dude. I watched somebody who does a fucking acting, dude. Okay, and he didn't behave the way that I wanted to behave. I was let down, man. I did that night. I'm just gonna say, guys, I fucking cried. Okay, I couldn't sleep. I fucking cried all night because I had expectations of the person who plays the roles that I like as an actor. Okay, him not doing the things that I want him to do is a fucking letdown. That is such a fucking letdown. Yikes. That is, I'm not buying his movies anymore. Actually, I refunded.
So there's two things. One, disappointing people is my central trauma. I hate when I let people down. So it hurts. It hurts me psychologically and emotionally to know I didn't live up to people's image and impression of me. And the work I'm trying to do is I am deeply remorseful, and I'm trying to be remorseful without being ashamed of myself, right? I'm human, and I made a mistake, and I'm trying not to think of myself as a piece of shit. So I would say to those people,
guys, okay. Let me put it in the way that you understand it. That this is my argument. Okay? This is my take, okay? And you can disagree or agree. It's fine, okay? Okay. You're at the bar, okay? You're kind of drunk, I guess, okay? And some girls like talking to you, whatever, okay? And then instantly, boom, she leans over, okay? And for some reason, you're in a great relationship, and then you kiss her, just so, right? That's, in my opinion, a mistake. Okay, you should still do that, not do that. I don't do that, and I expect people not to do that. Okay, but you could say that that's kind of a mistake, right? I feel like texting somebody, flirting with somebody, going to somebody's house, having drinks with the person with intentions or whatever, then putting on a movie or whatever, right? And then making out, and then doing an intercourse. Okay, that is not a fucking mistake. That is not a mistake. Okay, I hate people who downplay these events. It is a series of events that leads to one, and is it that thing at the end is a mistake? I fucking disagree. Okay, it's a series of elaborate mistakes. Okay, that is it's why I don't like this. It's a mistake. It's not though. No. You sat down, you thought about it, you stood up, you walked all over there, and when you still had the chance, you still went for it. That is a more than a I don't like the downplaying. It's a mistake. I think that's fucking stupid.
No. It was confusing. I know it was shocking, but I promise you, I am deeply devoted and committed to putting light and love and joy into the world. And, you know,
you can step on and try to do better. I understand. I just feel like it's been downplayed a little bit. That's all.
If you hang on, I promise we'll be able to be friends again.
What kind of crack do I do? Most of the kinds, to be honest, really.
さあ、お行きなさい。古き神の加護があらんことを。
Used it, and one auto is all that's needed. Oh, the level up. Unlucky. Oh, unlucky. It's open. It's open. It's open. Ain't all, baby. It's open. Yeah, there's no coming back from that. I'm sorry. That level up was disgusting. All right, on to the next game, brothers. This is the bronze and silver game. What do you mean, Trundle? Don't even type in chat, Smack. You gotta be the worst fucking Trundle I ever seen in my goddamn life. I don't care about the Cowboys. Cowboys, man. They're disgusting. Every time I root for them, it just doesn't go well. All right, bronze silver game. The volley's gonna be top lane. We got another Trundle in the jungle this time, and not top. Renekton gonna be the mid laner with the Caitlyn, Morgana bot, and red team gonna have that motherfucking Akali deer in the jungle. Oriana born as champion in mid lane. I'll take that all day if I'm playing the deer though. And Ashe and Annie. I feel like if somebody's gonna play the Udyr in your mid lane, you should always have that option there, because Udyr is a broken champion with Ori. All right, got the gank coming in. There's the pillar, and there's the death. Rek'Sai gonna pop that. Cold. Udyr getting double flashed on. He's dead. There it is. Like, oh my god, Annie doesn't even have flash. And she's walking up like that. If I was Morgana, I'd flash right in her face, drop the ignite. Even if she has exhaust heal, make sure you drop that ignite right away and she's dead. Dragon fight, Rek'Sai goes in, gets the reset. Triumph heal, gets a little bit back. Cold pop, Ashe runs. Trundle on Oriana. Is it enough juice? Pops his dub, flashes, pops the Q again. Oh, cooldown on that. Dragon still hasn't gone down. Ashe no flash. Not able to catch it though. Go for a plate here. Gets the pop. Good one to call, yeah. See, the thing. Okay. Huh? All right, that's fine. Ooh. All right, Rip's starting. Ollie doesn't have our ulti. He lands. Is Udyr gonna smite? Hello? Volley gets it, but it might cost him his life. He's swinging though, but Renekton shows up. Not enough damage. No mana on Oriana. No wonder nothing was able to go down for the red team. Ashe shoots that arrow. Volley gets hit, but yeah, just not gonna be able to follow up. Ashe was, I guess, looking up top side, and yeah, ends up getting screwed over. Probably really happy she landed that arrow onto Volley. Volley probably could move for 6.5 goddamn years from that long range. And again, oh, there's a lockdown stun, and he might possibly go down if we can get the Ruthless Predator. There it is. Exhaust way too late. Don't think it mattered. Volley does have ulti. Oh, she used it, and one auto is all that's needed. Oh, the level up. Unlucky. Oh, unlucky. It's open. It's open. It's open. 8-0, baby. It's open. Yeah, there's no coming back from that. I'm sorry. That level up was disgusting. What am I watching? She Dizzle's usually a Caitlyn main, but as main stone, they over fucking chased on this. Greedy as fuck right here. There's the snipe. Okay, worked out. Alright, gets the flash. Probably disrespecting the Akali in that top lane. Got the red buff. Oh my god. He's got Divine Thunder. That shit definitely hits different at this point in the game. Damn, swiping. But if you're gonna play safe and play like a coward, then it's fine. All right, Volley just gonna bait top. Does have ignite. Volley shows up, drops his E, gets the stun off. He's gonna focus, drops the ignite. Oriana, boom, he's fast as a motherfucker. Flashes. It drops a hook, a bite. Doesn't have his ult yet, and there's the juice. Shoot to the back, shut down for the Akali. Not really gonna do anything. Caused her flash. No, it's the big damage coming out, slide in and out, eating Nexus tower shots. No need for all this. I mean, like I said, I'm gonna say it again. Baron is up. Go do Baron. Force him to come to you. Life is good. He shows up to the party, pops salty, gets, oh my god, one shot's almost. The deer double slice and dies, and looking to take one more with them to Narnia, and he does. But that's at the cost at well, no cost. His life for Baron definitely worth. Then you should not take the tower. But Tron just being that far ahead. When you have such a big lead and you're willing to fucking yeah, I don't understand, but at least you get the inhibitor. You can just pretend that it cost them both their lives for that, the 3 of their lives. Volley finally gonna get to this tower. 2 inhibitors are gonna go down, and Volley left alone on top side, and he's just gonna be able to get that. And 1 Baron still left alive is all that's needed. And Volley, boom, 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 boom. You see how it's booming those towers. Checks that laser beam and dies, and that's GG, baby. GG. Good game, good game. Not bad for Goldies. Hello. Guys, you know how I said that Elgato cam was dog shit? I actually put some fucking lights. Legitimate lights. I think it came out good. Yeah, I have 5 on it. Not bad, isn't it? I mean, the only problem is those lights are fucking annoying as fuck. I don't know even why he's trying to auto me. Hey, don't fuck with me, boy. Champion. Like, why is Silas griefing right now? They really out here sniping. This dude really bought this item. What the fuck? Like, do you really buy that item?
Enemy rampage. You have been slain. You have been slain.
I mean, like, they out here fucking griefing me, man. This is why. Oh, fuck. Be careful. I'm gonna just knock my whole desk over. Psych, motherfucker.
An ally has been slain. You have been slain.
He just got ulti back. Isn't that crazy? Fucking pussy ass champion. Just like I don't buy Rallies. Imagine if I bought Rallies, he wouldn't be able to run from me. I'm not building that shit item. There's no way we kill this guy. Let me get this real quick. Hold on. Oh wow, he's one of the newer champions. He's broken as fuck. That's a new champion too. All the new champions that come out are pretty much on steroids, juiced up. Every single fucking type of juice you can insert into your body, they're on. And Volley kind of got like the 100-year club, like 100-year experience. We're taking off the day off. They only put 100 in Volley, but.
Disney Mirrorverse. Shout out to them for sponsoring this entire video. This game's free to play. Download it in the link in the description down below. It's available in the App Store and Google Play. But before that, we got a massive package from Disney Mirrorverse. It's a stellar pack. This is my first time. Oh my, what? You sent me an iPhone? iPhone 13 Pro Max. And of course, with the phone, I can play Disney Mirrorverse on it, which by the way, y'all have a chance to win this box. Just in the link in the description down below, you can check everything out for more details. It's a gift card and it comes out like a bag. Oh, that's so cool. It just pulls out. I love it. There's this nice little notebook on the Mirrorverse. It talks about the whole lore. Anyone else think this is too nice to write in, so then you end up not writing in it? No, just me. It's a Mirrorverse Spark Tumbler. Things that I actually need and use. Oh, wow. JBL by Harman. A really good Bluetooth speaker. 12 hours playtime. IPX7. Waterproof. Nice little hefty case on there. Custom Disney Mirrorverse. That's so nice. It's the box that keeps on giving. Rhapsody, the sound of the future. Wireless headphones. Can we just appreciate the detail and customization in these headphones? These are good quality headphones. And then it's got the logo on the sides too. I love it. Oh, no way. This is an actual sketch, an original. Disney Mirrorverse Maleficent concept art by Johnson Trong. Edition 5 of 34. They have all these collectibles. We got the support class. Oh, Buzz Lightyear. We have a Buzz Lightyear Guardian based on Disney Mirrorverse by McFarlane Toys. That's really cool. 7-inch collectible figure. Hold up. McFarlane created these high-quality collectible figures in collaboration with Disney Mirrorverse. Buzz Lightyear, Ranged Guardian. So in Disney Mirrorverse, Buzz wears a special prototype suit with Star Command's most powerful prototype. He's got retractable wings, arm-mounted disruptor beams. That's why he's a Ranged Guardian. Inside the Stellar Pack, you have all of these things. Every single one of these blows me away. And you have a chance to win that too, and link in the description down below. I've never had a box opening this cool. Legend says there were once two stars that collided. Dark and light magic. All right. And from the worlds you know, new ones were created. Familiar, yet different, because it's the Mirrorverse. Oh, it's Rapunzel. I like how she just rolled up with a pan. Oh, it's real time. I love it. Wait, how far can I dodge them? Oh, no, we reached the end. Pan swipe. Did she just use her hair? Can I dodge? Oh, I actually can. Woo! We got Mickey Mouse. And he heals. Okay. Multi-dimensional crystal. I'll take it. We'll throw the crystal in there. I want Ariel. Core ability. 35% chance to cleanse and 1 damaging debuff. Raging Riptide. Refreshing Rally. Yes, I want her. You could build all the roles. You could have melee, tank, ranged, and a support. Disney and Pixar characters to choose from. I'm going to try out Ariel. Little smacks. Now I got my ability up. All right. Oh, it's the Riptide ability. That's clean. I love how real time the system is. Wait, she has a pan too. I'm just gonna dodge her until I got my... There we go. Get them while they're down. Oh, you can see the charge up too. I'm not staying in that range. We're good. You're done. Shattered. We can have more in the party later on when we unlock the story. Oh, their charge attack is so slow. This guy's got a shield though. That splash is so good. I'm just gonna clump them up. They should be together. Oh, for that nice sweet splash and knockback. That's for you, Simba. That's for you. Oh, we're getting attack. Give it to me, Mickey. Wait, in the Mirrorverse, she's evil? Holy. She just bust out an axe on me. Get away from the circle there. Maybe knock her out. Finish her off. Stellar crystals. Let's buy one. Let's get another guardian. Core ability. Every 8 shots gains a wisp focus. 400 damage to her current target. I'm just gonna stay a little bit longer range. Okay, well, we activated her wisp focus. I love her passive. So I can hold her attack for a nice little charge. Whoo, she throws an axe. Sully? Not you too. I don't know what... Oh. The 400% damage. Let's dodge that.
La hora del té es cuando vos la necesitas. Descubrí los nuevos sabores de Tela Virginia.
Lisoform. Desinfecta múltiples superficies. Decile sí a tu mundo.
I like the range. I love the mechanics of this. It's so well done. 3-star Guardian bundle. 800% value. I only see that as a win. We can pull a 3-star Guardian. We have a chance at getting a 5-star Guardian. Wow. So these are all the Guardians that we can unlock. I love how these reflect the original Disney and Pixar characters, but they're like altered and evolved versions of dark and light magic. Oh no. I mean, oh yes. I only see that as a win. I do want a 5-star Guardian. I love these pulls. Got Buzz, Tiana, Stitch, Mike, Eve. I'm gonna pull one. Who are we gonna get? Yes! Okay, we got Buzz. Basic attack removes 5% armor, deals extra damage, and removes shield. I'm all for this. Buzz has a signature ability because I pulled a 4-star Buzz. I still want to see if I can get Maleficent. Duplicate Ariel, but raised her stars. I'm throwing in 2 crystals this time. Hiro Hamada. Wow, the fact we got a 4-star Buzz from that first pull. That's great. Oh! We got Mr. Incredible. His gloves look like they're a little altered. It's the Mirrorverse, so that makes sense. His core ability to knock back. So we finally have a tank guardian. 3 stellar crystals. Oh, yes. I actually wanted Sully. Tell me he's a tank. Stuns all enemies with a slam. I love it. Yes! Maleficent! She's actually one of my favorite characters in the whole Disney universe. I don't know if this was luck or if anyone knew, but I couldn't have been happier with this print. Authentically sketched by a Disney artist. 5 of 34. It's limited. I love limited things. I need to actually frame this. Critical hits have a 50% shock and a 5% defense debuff. Deals 300% damage to all enemies. If the enemy has a debuff, they're inflicted with a burn. I like this one. I'm already happy we got Maleficent. What the? Ursula's here? Oh yeah, because we got Ariel. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's open our 3-star choice crystal. Wait, I can select them? Oh, Scrooge has a heal ability. I feel like I do need Scrooge. A 4-star choice crystal. Scar, Captain Hook, Baymax. Because they're 4-star, they can have a signature ability. 100% chance to inflict wound. Captain Hook, basic attacks have a 25% chance to purge. Baymax is a tank. Other teammates under 50% heal 1%. That's the tank that I want in the front lines. Oh, so cute. 4-star Baymax, that's where it's at. Choice crystal, between 3 and 5 stars. Let's open them all. We got Maui and Mulan 3-star. Maleficent. Tell me that's a 4-star. Ursula. Another 3-star. Rapunzel. 3-star. All right, the guaranteed 5-star choice crystal. Oh, it's Gaston. He's ranged? I guess he's got his bow and arrow. When an enemy falls below 30%, gains a 75% attack buff. Mike is support. That makes sense. Grant 8% for all of his allies. Mulan's 5-star ability. Gains 10% armor. We're unlocking him. Let's get him to level 2. You've got story mode with all these different chapters and all of these events. Gaston's going there. Baymax is the tank. That's going to be clean. I'm going to function as the tank. Just because the support just... we just one-shot him. I think it makes sense to control the front for the most part. And you have access to both their abilities. So while they're auto-attacking in the back... Buzz. Did the dark magic get to you too? Not like this, Buzz. Oh, he's gonna do a slam, isn't he? Little armor field. That's so cool. Dodge that. Use his ability. Oh my goodness. This Baymax has no biz being this fast. +3 armor and knocks him out. So good. Time skip. We have a rank 1 Mickey, which was, by the way, really good support because he does the heals. Now that he's rank 2, let's get him all the way to level 20. Talons unlocked. Oh my word. Every time an ally activates an ability, 10% focus buff. That's so strong. I'm all for that. Baymax is my tanky boy. I'm using Buzz too. I like his long range support. Let's rank him up. Get him to all the way to level 20. And then for the slots for Buzz, grants 5% focus. All right, Baymax, what can we equip on you? 5% armor. We're keeping him in the front. I'm going back to chapter 3 because the fractured Maleficent here kind of gave me some trouble. Baymax is so buff. Such a tanky one. I love it. I'm just going to heal up right now. But we still can. Gain attack? Yeah, we will. All right. Fractured Maleficent. Stand down, Guardians, and when I am the ruler of the Mirrorverse, I shall be merciful to you. I'm gonna go ahead and stun her with Buzz's ability. And then she's got the armor on. When you stun that, I think it interrupts her wall. Oh, there's no chance. There's no chance. I'm gonna activate Mickey's ability. Heal 20 health per second. Stun her again. That's the thing, though, is that she can summon peeps. Fractured Rapunzel. Ain't nobody got time for you. And then AoE stun. That's so good. There's no chance. Y'all don't understand. I was struggling with this earlier. I wonder if there's any synergies. Oh, you can get anger on here? Of course I'm going to get anger. Oh, that's so cool. Let's do a supply run. I'm going to go for diamonds. 5 minutes. Oh, no. We're way too strong. I love it. Given that I've been playing this for a little while, so the time skip, I might have got a little stronger, just a little bit. Whew, one shot. Oh, no, gotta be Baymax. Why am I making up front? Oh, fractured Sully. And just an AoE stun. And since they're almost dead, I'm gonna save the second ability for the 3rd level. Yeah, right off the bat, we're just going in. Oh, Mickey's ability stacked up there, 27 health. And I stunned the fractured enemies right before they did any real damage. It's almost better to let Mickey's ability stack up because it can stack up multiple times. There we go. Let's check out what events we got going on today. Eve's Explosive Expedition. I'm going expert. I'm going hard. Dodge that. I'm just going to switch to Baymax now because Mickey's in the back line. Just let him chill. Maybe stack up his ability a bit. Stun there. Dodge the range, dude. Maybe stun all of them now that I've got them all stacked up. Oh, that's the play there. That's what I'm talking about. Right before he's got anything, we're going to stun him too. I'm saving Mickey's ability. Oh, Fractured Baymax. Looking a little different. Okay, that can only stack so many times, so that's when you want to really cast it. Calling it now. Mickey's S tier. Mickey's always S tier. All right, on to the final stage with Eve. Fractured Eve. Uh-oh, Baymax about to stun the whole area. That's fine. That's the one drawback of not controlling a range, is that it's harder to aim the abilities. You got to time it a little bit better. Now we're on to Eve. 4 minutes remaining. No chance. No chance. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Point blank with Buzz. I love it. Actually, my Baymax is getting a little low on health. He's got to take out Eve real quickie here. Come on, Eve. There we go. Whew. So it wasn't the timer. I just don't have the DPS. That means I need to upgrade Buzz. Rank 3 Buzz. That means I have his third talent. The shock from Buzz's ability deals 20% extra damage. Wow. 1v1 showdown. I'm going in with Buzz. Wait, versus Fractured Buzz? Wait, why am I scared? I'm the superior Buzz. Oh, so good. But I got the dodges and the strafes and the abilities that always land. I'm so good. I'm going to try expert. Oh, geez. Yeah, okay. Let's check out the tower. Ooh, we got the high-tech guardians going on. Oh, we're getting finesse. I might need to heal a little bit earlier. Stun. Nice. Not nice. I'm getting wrecked. This isn't even the final stage. I'm scared. Oh, that was the stage. Okay. I thought I had more stages. I thought the final stage was gonna wreck me. Just like all towers, they're gonna get real hard. Let's keep climbing and climbing. Let's check out the dungeons. Collect artifacts to earn moats. All right, let's go in. Do we just keep going? Oh, I'm gonna open that chest. 5 dungeon energy. On to the next floor. Okay. Go to the next floor? Yeah, we do. How high does this go? We've got 190 energy. Okay, we're on the next floor. And why is the boss catching up? What is that meter up there? Okay. Can't be too bad, right? This one's 2 stages. Oh, yeah. They're wimps. On to the second part. Oh, Fractured Baymax. Stun him. Maybe I'll heal up. Stun him a bit. Dash. Dodge that. Oh, my goodness. Oh no, I'm going in circles now. Right before his attack too. That's great. Exit onto the ranged one. Why did I just go for the ranged one first? Okay there. Ian Lightfoot. I'm just pausing this so I can see his abilities. So he's mostly heal. Yeah, right. I'm going for him first then. Forget this. And then I'm going to just switch on to Baymax. I just switched on to Buzz so I could line them all up. Why didn't I do this earlier? It's got the heals going on too, so we got to be a little careful with that. Not too careful, just a little careful. Man, so tanky. At least Baymax can tank really, really, really well. Pretty sure he's a troublemaker because he can heal, which by the way is really useful when you pause and check their abilities if you're not sure what they do. There we go. Whew. We got the healer. We're good. Everyone else falls after that. There's so much depth to the story and everything else. Huge shout out to Kabam for sponsoring this. If you want to check out Disney Mirrorverse, you can download now in the link in the description down below. It's free to play. It's available on the App Store and the Google Play Store. Thanks for watching. See y'all later.
Spotify isn't the app you think it is. You see, there's been a ton of apps and websites that stream music way before Spotify. Napster, Grooveshark, Pandora, Deezer, and yet all these companies are either struggling to stay afloat, defunct, or destroyed by lawsuits. Because simply put, the business model of streaming music for free isn't really profitable or in most cases even legal. I mean, Napster was literally the prototype for Spotify. It was the same service and the same idea, and yet in just 3 years, Napster went bankrupt with $10 million in debt. But somehow...
I like the informative part of these videos. I'll probably just skip whenever he does the BlackRock shit.
Spotify comes out on top, raking in over $10 billion in 2021 alone. So how can Spotify possibly be making this much money? How can streaming music that's owned by record labels with limited ads and being forced to pay 30% of all its revenue to its biggest competitor, Apple, still be standing so strong? Why didn't Spotify collapse like Napster? Well, in trying to answer these questions, I fell down a rabbit hole. Corruption, military AI technology, emotional manipulation, and censorship. You see, the story of Spotify goes far beyond music alone. So to understand how Spotify truly makes its money, let's head back to where it all started. For such a huge presence, Spotify was founded quite late into the history of streaming and downloading music. Lots of competitors came before.
Today's bingo card, okay? We have you ready for the words? Write them down. Manipulation, BlackRock, censorship, China, government. 5 keywords.
For it and failed to succeed. The difference with Spotify was its founder Daniel Ek. Daniel was, in all senses of the word, a business prodigy. While everyone else's age was still playing Mario 64, Daniel was building a business. At just 13 years old, Daniel had started his first business of many as a web designer. His contract started at $100, but they quickly grew in size until he was charging $5,000 per website. Daniel even hired other kids, bribing them with video games as they worked on his websites in the school computer room. And then just 5 years later, at the age of 18, and Daniel was making $50,000 a month and had a team of 25 people under him. After working on various companies such as eBay, Daniel Ek would soon settle as the founder of an advertising company. This too was then sold in 2006, leaving Daniel a millionaire by his early 20s. This rocketing career had put Dan in contact with lots of powerful people who had been early 20s.
Who is that?
Career had put Dan in contact with lots of powerful people who would be the heralds of a new golden age for tech startups. For example, Daniel had made contacts with the founder of uTorrent, a man named Ludwig. Ludwig would later work as one of Daniel's lead developers. It was these sorts of connections that would be a huge asset to Daniel, assets that were invaluable for his most ambitious project yet, Spotify. Like I mentioned, the idea for Spotify wasn't new. There had been lots of music streaming and downloading services before. The most prominent of these, and the one which gave the most inspiration for Ek, was Napster. Now, Napster wasn't particularly polished or even very user-friendly, but the greatness of Napster was that it gave its users unlimited free access to a vast range of music. People loved what they could discover through the platform. It was for this reason that it exploded in popularity shortly after its founding. However, the trouble for
I'm sure everybody can relate to. Yeah, there's really good songs, brand new songs that came out, and you had a bunch of download links. And you just went and said, dude, listen, get it. Guys, I had to take a risk. The song is too good. I had to take a risk, dude. And you downloaded it, and you get fucking smoked with a fucking keylogger, dude.
Bald at 20 Omega
exactly
Bald
that.
at 20
It
Omega
was
Bald
free.
at
Its
20
emphasis on
Omega
peer-to-peer
Bald
sharing
at
made the
20
platform
Omega
perfect for
Bald
shared
at 20
pirated
Omega
music.
Bald
Napster's
at
short
20
life was
Omega
marked by
Bald.
both a massive influx of users, but also massive amounts of lawsuits. The troubles for Napster began when Metallica happened to hear a song that they had made being played on someone's car radio, and yet they hadn't actually released the song. Through some snooping, they found out that a demo of the track had been leaked on Napster and was circulating across the internet, as well as all their other work. This led Metallica to file a lawsuit against Napster for copyright infringement in March of 2000, just 1 year after Napster was released. And then Dr. Dre
LimeWire, Emule, Ares, fucking dude.
was quick to follow, also suing Napster a month later. The floodgates were open, and soon enough, Napster was buried in legal challenges and copyright accusations. Although this would soon spell the end for Napster, it didn't dent its short-term popularity and probably increased its notoriety if anything. I mean, at its peak, Napster had amassed over 18 million registered users. College campuses even had to ban Napster from their internet networks, after Napster's MP3 downloads made up over 60% of colleges' external network traffic. Eventually, Napster's legal troubles caught up with them, and they filed for bankruptcy. But for a brief period of time, Napster had made music a public good. It was freely available to anyone with a computer.
Guys, I'm gonna say, guys, I was a scum lord, guys. I never seeded. I would never seed Okay, I'm sorry, dude.
Computer and
Okay,
an internet connection.
it is what
the
it
idea
is.
of music existing
It
at
is
one's
what it
fingertips
is.
was a tantalizing idea for many startups, which is why you'd see many similar services prop up out of nowhere. For example, LimeWire and Kazaa were almost carbon copies of one another, offering the same service as Napster and also going down the same way Napster would, by being shut down by copyright lawsuit.
You only see there's out there people who forgot to turn it off and they're fucking nerds. I'm sorry.
It seemed like the model for free instant music was incompatible with a legal successful business. However, one man would end up breaking this mold, which brings us back to Daniel Ek. Daniel, prior to founding Spotify, was well aware of the dangers, but thought that they would work themselves out. He had seen Napster and all the others picked off one by one, but this didn't faze him. Where some might see adversity, Daniel was seeing opportunity. The technology already existed for something like Spotify, and as streaming and internet connections became faster by the day, it seemed certain that streaming music for free would become a reality. But the real problem here was convincing the record labels, who held all the legal power over music, to allow one of these services to exist. The artists would also need to be cut in, although their take would be far exceeded by the giants of the industry. For Daniel though, these were the problems of the future. The only thing on his mind was the product. So by using the money he'd gained from his early years, as well as some angel investments from his good connections, and Daniel would place all his chips on Spotify. Back then, Spotify was using innovative technology that enabled the client to download songs in bite-sized chunks, rather than the whole songs or albums at one time, similar to how YouTube works. By designing the app in this way, Spotify reduced buffering substantially, and even enabled instant playback for songs on the app.
That's
in this way,
insane.
Spotify was already different from Napster, but it still paid homage in other ways. For example, Spotify's original catalog of music was nearly completely pirated. Spotify hadn't even been released, so there was no way Daniel was going to convince the record labels to let him use a legit catalog, which put Spotify dangerously close to Napster in the way it did business, although it still lacked peer-to-peer sharing. After months of demanding work from Daniel and a small team of developers, Spotify was released first as a beta test. The blood, sweat and tears the team had put into the app was
Guys, I was more simple than that, chat. I would just go to YouTube, I would download MP3, right? I'd get a website, copy paste, boom, drag and drop in the folder, put it in my phone or whatever, boom, done. I was a fucking MP3 downloader and it worked pretty well.
was clearly visible because everyone who used Spotify loved its ease of use and lack of buffering. It was an amazing product, but before it was even released, Daniel would find out the harsh truth that it wouldn't ever live up to his idealistic dreams for the music world. Spotify was brought down to earth once Daniel learned what the record labels would ask for to license their music. And once he finally convinced the labels to sit down, things didn't go as planned. You see, Ek proposed to the labels that Spotify would be a free app, where all the revenue would be generated from ads. And to his dismay, the record labels were horrified. Instead, the labels demanded a fixed price for each stream of any song or album. Obviously, this solution wouldn't work, so a compromise
Valentine's, 7 años. Añejado en barricas americanas para un sabor más dulce.
was made. Spotify would still have its free model with ads, but would also offer a monthly subscription in return for no ads and other features. The record labels would take a huge cut of this premium money, as well as from the advertising revenue. Amazingly for Daniel, the deal was struck, and Spotify was now 2 steps up from Napster. Daniel had seemingly done the impossible. He had put the record labels at bay, and everything was perfect. However, this came with big cost for the app. It would effectively stun the application from its inception. Daniel was horrified to see that lots of the features they had worked on so hard for the free version would be removed, placed behind a paywall. For a business that had been about the product from day one, even just releasing was costing the company its founding principles. But even worse than this was the awful position these deals put Spotify into. The benefits of no longer relying on a pirated catalog were far outshined by the power that the music industry now
I have to go back. I don't know, Andy fucked me up.
Principles. But even worse than this was the awful position these deals put Spotify into. The benefits of no longer relying on a pirated catalog were far outshined by the power that the music industry now had over Spotify. The big record labels even took a cut of Spotify itself, helping themselves to shares in the company. They had total control of Spotify. So one question remained for Daniel. Was Spotify even worth it? Well, the answer to this was yes. And so Spotify sold out. While this deal did let Spotify survive as a company, avoiding the downfalls of Napster and so many other platforms, this deal, however, also...
What is it that out of movies, out of all entertainment, what's the music executives are so fucking greedy and weird and crusty? What is it about music executives? What is it?
Changed the platform significantly. Record labels own so much of Spotify now. that they have implemented their own changes to the platform. One of these changes is based around playlists. Spotify puts a lot of emphasis on playlists. They're the front and center of the main page. The vast majority of these playlists are algorithmically derived. It's usually impossible to tell whether a human or robot chose the songs. But how does Spotify choose which songs to put in them? Well, the facts are that Spotify doesn't actually choose. The record labels choose. These playlists are a huge part of Spotify, and it's how most people around the world listen to their music. And yet these playlists are perfectly designed to promote a small group of popular artists which the music industry chooses. Each playlist only includes the music that these record labels want to promote, which leaves independent artists completely excluded from a huge part of the platform. This creation of music eventually became disastrous for small artists, as it makes it almost impossible for them to be seen by the public eye. However, this playlist problem is just a small part of the issue. There are numerous similar
I hope I don't come across as bad here about this one, because I hope I don't people know when nobody gets mad at this, okay? The reality is, their job isn't to promote small artists and make it discoverable for small artists to grow on their platform. Their goal is to deliver the product to the user, and the product who's more likely to be consumed and consumed again, to keep the user in the loop, not to give them some indie shit. I'm sorry, that is the business model.
Be seen by the public eye.
Not their job to promote indie music. Even though I agree, and I go indie music, I love that, and all power to them. Well,
however, this playlist problem is just a small part of the issue. There are numerous similar systems all working to promote the record label's interests at the expense of a level playing field. From the browse system to the homepage to even the search function, Spotify has given the record labels the power to curate people's music. Not only does it directly cause a homogenized corporate musical landscape on the site, it also directly funnels listeners towards certain large record labels' music. This mechanism gives the labels an even larger share of the profits that they already get, because record labels get shares in Spotify, part of the profits, lots of royalties from streams, and then direct curation of the platform. But what's left for the artists, for the people who actually made
that's kind of dumb.
On average, each stream gives an artist just $0.0033, an absolutely minuscule amount. This effectively means that you need a giant audience to make even small amounts of money from Spotify. I mean, most artists have to rely on constant touring to stay afloat, a prospect that was made even worse by the pandemic. And as the big record labels increase their control over Spotify, they're able to squeeze even more money from the platform. This money inevitably has to come from other groups' shares, with the artists taking the hardest hit to their bottom line. It's therefore no wonder that artists have shares, with the artists taking the hardest hit to their bottom line. It's therefore no wonder that artists have vocally protested and boycotted Spotify numerous times over its lifespan. Now, one of the most recent boycotts was done by Neil Young, and while yes, this had to do a lot with Joe Rogan and his naughty words, it was also about Spotify's business model and the minuscule amount of royalties being paid to artists. And Neil Young wasn't the first. From Taylor Swift to the Beatles, lots of huge artists have tried to resist Spotify's dominance over the music industry. And yet despite this, all the artists that tried to boycott Spotify are now back on the platform. Even Neil Young, who was protesting Spotify just months ago, has now quietly rejoined the platform. Unsatisfied with the power that Spotify's launch deal gave them, various giants of the music industry have used
big mouths with no spine.
To
It is what it is.
Spotify's relative weakness. This has come in the form of mountains of legal challenges, not unlike those faced by Napster, and Spotify has only managed to weather the storm because of their insider status. For example, Wixom Music Publishing sued Spotify in 2018
for
not
infringing
on the rights of
no way. I have a spine. It's crooked, but I got a spine.
their artists.
It's just
Artists such as
it's all
Neil Young
crooked.
and Patrick.
So
This was only one record label, and they sued Spotify for $1.6 billion. Spotify settled for an undisclosed amount, which clearly shows how Spotify is at the mercy of these companies. And despite striking deals that are ludicrously lucrative for them, the record labels always want more. Of course, all these lawsuits are disguised as being for the artist's benefits. But then who are these mysterious people? Who are these greedy, ruthless companies demanding more and more? Well, to really understand the problem with Spotify, we need to have a closer look at who's pulling the strings.
Oh no!
See, back in 2015, Spotify sought to secure another $500 million of investments to delay going public, all because of the looming threats of lawsuits. Usually when companies do this, they refer themselves to a third party that can broker a deal with other investors. Spotify did this because they needed money. They desperately needed investors. And one of the main investors that would poison Spotify for years to come was Goldman Sachs. But before we continue, I want to talk to you about the video sponsor, because Spotify needed money badly. which seems strange because at the same time, Spotify was growing exponentially. In 2011, Spotify reported a client base of 1 million paying customers across Europe in March 2011, and by September 2011, that number was 2 million. Then in June 2015, this number was 75 million users. Spotify's growth was unprecedented, and Daniel Ek had achieved the impossible. By this point, Spotify was a household name. However, there was one issue. With its huge international presence, everyone wanted a piece of Spotify. Lawsuits, ruthless competition from Apple Music, and artists threatening the platform completely, along with extra server costs, and Spotify needed money fast. They had to have power over the record labels, they needed to pay off all the lawsuits and defend the company from its ruthless competition. And to have the funds...
I wish you could see a video about, like, it was very in-depth in all the numbers and the shit behind the deals that they strike between the companies and executives or whatever the fuck with Spotify itself. I feel like it'd be kind of crazy.
To do this, Spotify needed big investments quick, and who better to provide these investments than Goldman Sachs? Now, who's Goldman Sachs?
Of course, confidential.
Well, Goldman
I mean,
Sachs is
yeah,
infamous for all
if
the wrong reasons. Most notably, in 2007, Goldman Sachs shorted millions of dollars worth of mortgage-backed securities for a huge profit that caused millions of families to go broke and wrecked the global economy for years.
1.7% here, a loss of 37 points or so. Apple shares are just getting hammered this morning.
We're down by between 3 and 4.5% generally across these markets. Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate. We're red everywhere, essentially, down by 4-5%.
And then when the public went broke and the entire world economy collapsed, the government gave Goldman Sachs an extra $10 billion to keep this company happy. This was just one example of many that highlighted the insane power Goldman Sachs has over the world. But their power doesn't just extend to the US.
Oh,
Goldman
where?
Sachs is also credited with the destruction of the Greek government by masking the national debt the country had been accruing from 1998 to 2009. This in turn caused the 2010 EU sovereign debt crisis, which, long story short, helped end several EU national governments, namely Ireland, Portugal, Italy and France, among several others, with many of these countries going broke and then having to be bailed out by Goldman Sachs in return for power. Because of this reliance, Goldman Sachs oftentimes dictates economic policies in these countries, similar to how they control the companies reliant upon them. Companies like Spotify. You see, the deal between Goldman Sachs and Spotify seemed perfect for Spotify at the time, just like it seemed perfect for EU governments going broke. This 2018 deal was that Goldman Sachs would use their partner's seed money to grow Spotify, and in return, Goldman Sachs would have big shares in the company, or at least that's what they wanted Spotify to think. The true value for Goldman Sachs would later become more apparent in future years. But bear with me, we'll get onto that soon. Okay, so then who did Goldman Sachs pick to invest in Spotify? Well, naturally, more members of their banking aristocracy. Goldman Sachs offered to help Spotify secure $500 million in investments, with most of these investments coming from monopoly venture capital firms such as Technology Crossover Ventures, or TCV for short. For a long time, TCV and Goldman Sachs have
Champ, if the company is rolling, everything's up and crazy, and they're making a lot of money through paying customers, it's not even a valuation that they can sell, right, to VCs or whatever, right? They have paying customers, right? Why are they going for VC money? I don't get that. Well, most of the time people get VC money, whatever the fuck, right? Whenever the company has high valuations or whatever, and they're going great or whatever, and they need to grow the company, and it's not profitable, right? They're losing money and whatever the fuck. But this is what I don't understand about this. They're making money because it's already a paid service, and they're going hard. Why they need to liquidate it? They're fucking... They make profit? How the fuck not? How not?
$100 million in investments, with most of these investments coming from monopoly venture capital firms such as Technology Crossover Ventures, or TCV for short. For a long time, TCV and Goldman Sachs have worked hand in hand to control all of our societal media. It's why they work together to dominate the current online landscape. They have massive control over Airbnb, ByteDance, Facebook, Netflix, and Zillow. All of these companies are heavy.
It's so dumb. Okay, they have big record labels to fucking pay or whatever the fuck, right? Motherfucking the companies, right? I don't get it. So these motherfuckers, the company are going, hey, give us some money. You have our music, but we can't pay for the servers. Who cares? Give my share. And so they have to get investor money to get this site afloat. You know, these motherfuckers are coming in and they're just yoinking all the juice. They're all the juice, and these guys getting paid for the servers, and they have to get VC. How does that make sense?
heavily invested by these two. Okay, but what's the big deal? I mean, Goldman Sachs is responsible for international government collapse and the destruction of the American housing market, but we're talking about Spotify. Well, Goldman Sachs is seeking to capitalize on the streaming future of music.
It's capitalism.
Goldman Sachs has been...
Bitch, if you want to juice my nuts, man, pay for them. Pay for the sack if you want to fucking juice the nuts, man. I don't. It's that simple. If you want to get the juice out of the fucking bowls, I mean, don't they have to fucking maintain the structure? I don't get it.
Been creating its own homogeny of music streaming services. It does this so it can profit from you by harvesting user data, partnering with established music industry titans, and profiteering from advertisements. It was by making these deals with Goldman Sachs that Spotify guaranteed itself to fall down a dark path, which will be explained shortly. But Goldman Sachs wasn't the only one. JP Morgan was also doing the exact same thing, and both these giant banking companies have extremely questionable ethics, and the consequences of this are becoming apparent with Spotify. At first, the real main consequence was just from others knowing about Goldman Sachs' investment in the first place. Because once Spotify had received additional investment from investors, the record labels would then try to pocket more shares for themselves, despite Spotify still being unprofitable. While at the same time, the musicians...
Why do people who do stocks, are dressed like they're going to the fucking moon? I never understood this, guys. People who go there and do the stocks in the morning have these suits with like sponsors. Look, USA staple, like they are fucking going to the moon. Bro, you're changing numbers on the computer, man. What the fuck is that, dude? Like, it's like some NASCAR driver, bro. What is this?
By still being unprofitable, while at the same time the musicians on Spotify were hitting back at the company for their laughable revenue sharing with their artists. And these weren't just small artists. These artists included the greats like Pink Floyd and the Beatles, among many, many others. But investors didn't care about that. They understood that Spotify had such leverage over the music world that all bands would eventually have to crawl back to Spotify or choose to make less money. Because the truth was, Spotify was extremely popular now, with this growth then being accelerated after Spotify quickly struck an agreement with Facebook to incorporate Spotify on their platform. This was then followed by other Spotify bundles, tons of marketing, and the word of mouth in this quick free instant music app. With its simple user design, cheap costs, and massive catalogue of music, and Spotify was unstoppable. Yet despite its popularity, the site still wasn't breaking even, and time was ticking before investors would start to raise some eyebrows over Spotify's long-term future.
$10 a month with some premiums and shit. They have 75 million users all sucking that juice up, and they can't break a fucking profit, including VC. I don't even... How the fuck does that make sense, man?
It was becoming very clear that Spotify could no longer just rely on ads and its premium subscriptions. Instead, to gain more power, trust, and revenue, Spotify needed better cash streams. Spotify's first and most effective cash stream would be to create their own musical hits and become the most successful record label. This would then give Spotify more leverage and power over the record labels, whilst also generating more revenue for the app. To do this, Spotify would invest all of its money into AI technology. Now, this AI technology was great for many users. It provided users many songs that they would never have heard before. However, by Spotify using more AI technology, Spotify could make their own songs go viral and promote them to the top of the music industry. This would then be a major threat to the record labels and would assert Spotify's control of the music industry. While at the same time, Spotify can then
I think what he means. It means that like if they make their own songs and their own affiliations, right? They can fix the AI and shit and bias the fucking system. The people go to these things and their labels. Then it pushes the amounts of the revenue that goes to the big labels a little bit away and a bit more to that. That's what he's trying to say, right? But I don't think that's realistic at all.
Censored their competition, with Spotify already banning songs and artists for hate speech and their own personal controversies. By doing this, Spotify has free reign to pick who becomes popular and who doesn't. And this AI technology is becoming extremely advanced, where this AI takes popular song lyrics from the past and changes the words and vocals to match AI-generated drum beats.
Using deep neural networks, Ava looks for patterns in the scores, and from a couple of bars of existing music, it actually tries to infer what notes should come next in those tracks. And once Ava gets good at those predictions, it can actually build a set of mathematical rules for that style of music in order to create its own original compositions.
In fact, CEO Daniel Ek is positioning himself to be on top of the AI industry, with Daniel Ek announcing that his investment company Prima Materia was going to be donating $150 million to a military defense contractor named Helsing, a military contractor that also specializes in artificial intelligence. Helsing is, in their own words, a new type of artificial intelligence company focused on defense and security. Defense may seem a surprising investment for us, but we share
How did we get from finding the correct notes on a fucking song to make some cringe compilation dog shit to rockets?
Conviction that liberal democratic values are worth defending and that artificial intelligence will be an essential capability to keep us safe. And this software is crazy advanced. This is AI that gathers data from multiple sensors on vehicles and systems to help people process complex and diverse information more reliably and act quickly. Using the secrets of this AI technology and Spotify's music could cause a wave in the music industry. However, Spotify won't just be making money through its artificial songs. Spotify is adopting all of the Netflix business model. They won't just create their own music, they're now starting to license their own exclusive content. The biggest example of this was the $100 million deal between Spotify and Joe Rogan. In May of 2020,
I mean, Joe Rogan he just trolled them. Let's just say it. Joe Rogan absolutely trolled everybody with this one.
Example of this was the $100 million deal
mega troll
between Spotify and Joe Rogan. In May of 2020, Joe Rogan signed a licensing agreement with Spotify to be the exclusive platform for his podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience. Back then, Joe's podcast was a great way to hear about people, niches, and opinions never spoken about before. The long-form style podcast gave voices and opinions that the mainstream ignored, with Joe Rogan's popularity inching every year.
Because it gets a lot of views overall, right? But 100 mil is pretty crazy, right?
Podcast would then be littered with celebrity appearances, which skyrocketed his show to new heights. And by
it's a little
2017, Joe
disproportionate.
Rogan was the #1 international podcaster. And yet Joe Rogan's show was completely free on YouTube. With such a loyal fan base, this was the perfect content to bring in new users to Spotify.
I don't know, like, what you guys think. Like, guys, I'm not a big numbers guy, okay? So don't get mad at me. But, I mean, it was pulling views, but, like, to 100 mil, like, it's not... Not crazy.
With such a loyal fan base, this was the perfect content to bring in new users to Spotify. And so in 2021, Joe Rogan received $100 million to make a show for Spotify members only. However, with these big investors breathing down Spotify's neck, it would mean that Joe Rogan, a man known for his freedom-loving libertarian roots, would be forced into self-censorship. Since Joe Rogan moved to Spotify, his show has openly been censored on the platform, with Spotify's team reviewing thousands of his podcasts to remove all content that didn't fit their investors' beliefs. Or more importantly, what increases Spotify's ESG score, which is why the company would have to remove 75 Joe Rogan podcasts. But because Spotify was so desperate for their investors, they couldn't handle lowering Spotify's special ESG rating score. Little did they know, Joe Rogan would be hit by a cancel culture wave. In October 2021, Joe Rogan had a conversation with CNN's in-house medical advisor, Sanjay Gupta, because a few days prior, Rogan had contracted COVID-19 and was prescribed ivermectin. A CNN report would later air shortly after Rogan's Instagram post regarding his medical condition and condemning Rogan for taking and promoting a horse dewormer.
One of those drugs he mentioned, ivermectin, is something more often used to deworm horses.
As such, Rogan condemned Gupta of lying for his news company and misrepresenting medical options for those with COVID-19. Joe Rogan then also added that he believed that vaccination should be optional. Because of this, Joe Rogan would obviously be lampooned by the mainstream media, frequently accused of spreading false information, with all of this heat coming to a clash on December 30th.
Wait, what? Means for card... What all them weekend NFL playoffs means for cards prices. Cards of what?
Frequently accused of spreading false information, with all of this heat coming to a clash on December 30th, when Joe Rogan would have an interview with Dr. Robert Malone. On this episode, Dr. Malone, one of the developers of the mRNA vaccines, would go on to compare the lockdown, mask mandates, and mandatory vaccinations as mass formation psychosis. As the clips of this portion of Rogan's podcast surfaced on YouTube, a real mass psychosis occurred, and many wanted to have Rogan burned at the stake, with Rogan being demonized as a menace to public health, and an open letter was sent to Spotify signed by 270 US healthcare officials asking for the platform to censor Rogan's podcast. Then following this scandal, boomer corporate rock icon Neil Young threatened Spotify if they didn't remove the Joe Rogan Experience from the platform. If they didn't remove his content, he would remove his music. And so in January 2022, he actually did, along with other boomer...
Guys, who the fuck is that guy? And why does Spotify care that this guy is taking out his music?
For artists such as Bruce Springsteen, even though these artists would eventually crawl back, Spotify would go on to censor episodes and add content advisory panels to all content discussing these controversies.
Guys, it's like there's a problem with Twitch. Fucking E-Rob, when the Twitch said, bro, fix this shit or I'm out, bro. Or I'm packing my bags. Okay. Okay.
Controversial topics. Or in other words, if Spotify actually did allow freedom of content on the platform, then investors would give Spotify a bad investment score, meaning that current and new investors would be more likely to pull out of Spotify and put Spotify on the verge of bankruptcy. But while licensing and making their own content was one way of making money, it still wasn't enough for Spotify to retain its dominance. Instead, the real money for Spotify came, like with all social media apps, from selling user data. We can see this in the book Spotify Teardown Inside the Black Box of Streaming Music. It was a book written by a group of 5 academics who spent years studying the service. Spotify, they argue, exists at the confluence of industries such as music, advertising technology, and finance, rather than just being an independent player with the potential to shape the future of the music business. In the book, they describe how by using your emotions, playlists, and in-app behavior, Spotify sells your emotional response data to advertisers, meaning the albums you listen to could very well be chosen to be a gateway for sales across other industries. And in order to keep harvesting this data, Spotify's AI algorithms work to addict you to the app for as long as possible. This is done through Discover Weekly, Release Radar, and Daily Mixes, which are all based on personal listening habits.
You know what?
This is done through Discover Weekly, Release Radar, and Daily Mixes.
I think these are all good products, though. Guys, I don't want to use about this because I feel like this gets good data for me, right? And then it's using it to enhance my experience. And if the consequence of that is I spend more time on the app, well, so fucking be it. I don't give a shit. Gives me a better product, which in turn makes me feel like I'm getting more out of the money that I spent on the app, whatever, right? So I'm happy. I don't really see a problem with that.
Mixes, which are all based on personal listening habits, which self-reinforce the more you stay in your lane. Curated playlists they add tend to be happy because the more you listen to cheery, happy music, the more likely you are to remain listening on the app. And by listening more on the app, the more time they have to extract data.
One last thing. Chat, when I downloaded Spotify, okay, I used to listen to like EDM shit at the time, okay, and I used to like discover new music. So what I did is I listened to like 100 songs that I like a lot, and I like them. After that, my Discovery Weekly was a fucking bomb. It was full of like underrated, unknown artists with like insane like drum and bass, future bass, fucking deep house, bunch of crazy.
Pinto Portillo. Pinto juntada con amigos.
Crazy shit. I was like, holy fuck, man, this is actually insane. And I ended up getting a bunch off of it, man.
And by trying to make money this way,
it's fire.
Spotify's business model has moved away from streaming and into data harvesting. So what sort of data is Spotify actually collecting from you? Well, just think about your first breakup. Do you remember the deep pain you felt? What did you do? Well, for a while, you may have listened to a few songs repeatedly to make yourself feel better and cope with your pain. And by doing this, you taught an algorithm and artificial intelligence something about how humans, namely yourself, manage your emotional trauma through music. From the minute you open the app, Spotify is tracking how you interact with it, from touches and taps to playlist creation to music discovery and artist creation.
I disagree.
This is how the app really makes its money, and all this behavior you're feeding the algorithm isn't the only thing it's tracking either. A quick foray into their privacy policy is chilling. Imagine all the conscious decisions you've made in the app to pick a song, and then combine that with the location data, social media contacts, speakers, and IP addresses, and Spotify starts to have a very clear picture of the global population's psyche. The way Spotify makes money is a sinister omen for our future society. A world where every emotion we feel, love, jealousy, hate, ambition, calmness, is all being fed.
Where's the problem in this?
Into a giant AI machine that cuts up and sells your emotions to the highest bidder. A world where media, music, and content creation is monopolized under the control of mega banks and their investors. And with the creeping rise of the metaverse and the changing technological landscape, it's almost a certainty that these things will be the new norm. However, it does seem that for Spotify to exist, for us to have any streaming service with an amazing array of music, Spotify has to ride the wave of this current societal trend. Perhaps the only way for big tech businesses to survive anymore is to capitulate to the demands of corporate overlords that leech the creativity of groundbreaking ideas. And if that's the case, I guess we can rejoice at the small victories. The victories of a big tech platform like Spotify keeping up, quote, controversial topics no matter the noise of the mob. But are we really at a point where we have to feel grateful for only minor censorship? Are we really at a point now where our emotions being sold into a giant AI-powered technology is worth it to give the big labels even more money? A world where everything we think feel is monitored.
That one goes so hard.
And will this sort of behavior eventually bring a backlash against big tech? Hopefully this will be a new trend. A trend where we regain control of our emotions, impulses, freedom, and the
Straight
autonomy
heat,
of our
man.
brains.
I enjoyed it. I mean, I have a problem with this guy. He's a bit of a doomer. So his videos are good and informative. Whenever you get into I feel like he makes a bad job at making me understand what the problem is in something. So he'll say a bunch of shit, a bunch of things that are like, ooh, they have this and they have that. I'm like, okay, cool. Show me why that's a bad thing, and then maybe I'll agree with it. I just wish you'd explain it. That's all.
Hi guys, I wanted to stretch a little bit with you, so let's start. The first exercise, you have to go down, take your right leg and little bit push it. Do it slowly. And 3, 2, 1, and calm down. Okay, 3, 2, 1. And go down. And the last one. 3, 2, 1. And go down. Take one more time. And push it. 3, 2, 1. Open your left leg. And count to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And again, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Change exercise. Open your leg. And take your right leg and push it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And in the middle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, little bit relax. Don't forget to breathe. And one more time, slowly go down and count to 5, 4, 3, 2, and the last one. Okay, take your right leg and start to open it for 5.
Moo, I'm a cow.
方がいるはずです。ついてこれるかな。はっはっ。岩の重さは安心できます。やっやっやっふんはっやったはっきれいにしませんと。ふっふっはっ助けが必要な方がや岩の重さは安心できます。や服が汚れてしまいましたね。はっふっそふじはあふんふんときれいにしませんと。岩の重さは安心。ふじやっふっ任せてください。ふっふっきれいにしませんと。はっはっやったふっこれで間に合いますね。はっふっやっふっえい これで間に合いますね。助けが必要な方がいるはずです。岩の重さは安心できます。これで間に合いますね。まだ皆様を守りたいのに。きれいにしませんと。やっはこれで間に合いますね。助けが必要な方がいるはずです。岩の重さは安心できます。きれいにしませんと。やっ な方がいるはずです。これで間に合いますね。任せてちょうだい。よっ、しゃしゃ。頼んだわよ。任せてください。
しびれなさ。そうね。
れるか。岩の重さは安心で。はっとほっついてこれるかな。
しびれさせちゃう。
雨のような。よっ
逃がさない。
ピュンやっやっ
それちょっとビリビリさせな。
頼んだわよ。はっスリきれいにし
しびれなさい。
やっはっはっ任せてください。ウサギ伯爵出撃。
それ風と共に去れ。
百発百中。やっきれいにしませんと。えいやっ疲れた。任せてください。はっと今回は負けだよ。
じゃあへっはあ
きれいにしません。
それしびれなさい。こういう天気の日はお茶を入れて雨を眺めながら腰掛けているのが一番よ。 逃がさないわよ。ちょっとそれそれ、そんな乱暴はやめて。しびれなさい。それなんですってちょっとビリ。それ
私はモンドの飛行チャンピオンなんだから。
ないわよしびれなさいはっ
これで間に合いますね。
はっそれしびれなさいふっはっちょっとビリビリさせないとねふっはっはっしびれなさいふっはっはっふっ逃がさないわよふっはっふっはっそれしびれなさいふっちょっとビリビリさせないとねふっしびれなさいはっふっふっしびれなさいふっそれはっふっ逃がさないわよはっちょっと腕がなまったわそれ
それ。
あと少し、気を抜く。おお、なかなかの収穫だな。頑張れ。もう一つ。何が釣れたんだ。おいらにも見せてくれ。
よっ。それ。よっ。それ。よっ。
星と深淵を無事今日の依頼を星と深淵を目指せ。ようこそ冒険者協会へ。
消えるんだ。しびれなさい。
助けが必要な方がいるはずです。 助けが必要な方がいるはずです。きれいにしませんと。これで間に合いますね。やっ岩の重さは安心できます。助けが必要な。
油断しちゃったみたいね。
任せてください。 これで間に合いますね。これで間に合いますね。少し体を動かしたいな。向こうに何か変なものがあるみたい。見に行かないの？見に行かないの？ 少し体を動かしたいな。ジンさんにサボっているところを見つかったらとやされちゃうよ。
せっかくのチャンスだ。本気を出して俺を楽しませてくれ。投稿も一つの選択だよ。俺は敗者に優しいからね。気を読み違えてるよ。どこに行く。
任せてください。
実にいい力だ。気を読み違えてるよ。悪くないね。
これで間に合いますね。
実にいい力だ。
岩の重さは安心できます。
隙あり。逃げ足が速いようだね。
助けが必要な方がいるはずです。任せてください。
少しは成長したようだ。気を読み違えてるよ。悪くないね。
助けが必要。
もっと早く逃げた方がいい。翡翠の矢。チャンスだ。実にいい力だ。
これで間に合いますね。
らしくないね。
かすり傷ですから大丈夫です。任せてください。助けが必要。
どこに行く。
これで間に合い。岩の重さは安心できます。
少しは成長したようだ。俺相手によくここまで。回避だけじゃダメだよ。俺の番だ。やるじゃないか。釣りつぶすよ。
雨のような
風と共に去れ。
任せてください。
これはどうだい。どこを見てる。
失礼しました。
せい狂乱のごとく疾風怒涛。回避だけじゃダメだよ。どこを見てる。無駄だ。
綺麗にしませんと。
回避だけじゃダメだよ。すりつぶすよ。
さようならご主人様。
狂乱のごとく疾風怒涛。
しびれなさい。
これはどうだい。
これで間に合いますね。まだ皆様を守りたいのに。
無駄だ。でよ。はあ。だ。はあ。
君の実力を褒めて俺も全力で戦わないと。失望させるなよ。極力を空気せ
やってや。
任せてください。 これで岩の騎士団に恥を。
しびれなさい。
うさぎ伯爵。まだ皆様を守りたいのに。消えるんだ。
安心して任せて。元気出してよ。はっはっやあはっ
しびれなさい。
夫人
任せてください。助けが必要。はっほっよっはっ
ふっそれはっふっやみつきにならないでね。
風と共に去れ。夫人
岩の重さは安心。とバーバラはっほっ
夫人
やっきれいにします。はっやあ
はっふっしびれなさい。ふっはっはっはっふっそんな乱暴はやめて。
岩の重さは安心で。ミュージックスタート。ほっ
夫人
しびれなさい。ふっふっはっ
は
はっ
よっはバーバラ行くよ。はっほっいらっしゃいませ。何かお探しですか？
行くよ。はっとやあえいはっえいやあよっとはっ
このワーグナーが作ったものに
えい
不良品はないぜ。
バーバラ行くよ。今夜はムーンパイにしようかな。やあえい立派なお花だよ。今夜任せてください。消えるんだ。きれいにしませんと。岩の重さは安心できます。たっはっ
Hello. This is a major comeback. I hope I can win. He's gonna make me draw a lot of cards, maybe. Yep. Thank you for the follow. Nice. I want to build more anime decks. Next time will be. If I reach the diamond, I think I need to reach only to gold, right? If I reach diamond, I can no longer go to gold and silver when it resets. Oh no, I should realize what I did. What am I doing? I'm literally losing danger every second. I don't know how I win this. Literally, it was a bot. I don't know. Now you're gonna see what is real action. What the fuck? Not bad. What do you think? It was a good match? Be right back. I'm back. Wait, I cannot get any more of this. One grabby game then.
Hamburger.
Нигеры обдулены. Мрази. Мразь.
Die, please die.
Красную! Дебил!
Желтую. Да. Желтую.
Вах.
Жми красную, блядь.
Пацаны, сейчас будет весело. Блять, типа, сейчас будет угар.
Дети мои, слышно ли меня? Дети мои, ебаные дети.
Что ты делаешь? Что ты делаешь?
Что ты делаешь? Дети, бля.
Алло. Хорошо. Парень, давайте домой. Не надо, дядя. Негры, пидорасы. Да не надо,
Дядя, дядя. Хули не на ты, дядя.
Все, легкая.
Гейм.
Пацаны, 25-го толкается, 25-го.
Что тут надо делать? Что надо делать?
25-го херачит он, сука.
Нига. Да. Нига. 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 Нига.
Nigger. Nigger.
Нига. Нига. Нига.
What? What the fuck? That was... What the fuck? What the fuck? Cheater! I've been cheater! Where cheater? 9! Shit! 9 cheater!
Nigga, I hear nigga. Nigga.
Hey.
Hello.
Говори.
Нига черный. Пидорас.
Господи, как же я ненавижу краба.
Согласен, блядь. Я не знаю, что это, но уже ненавижу.
레디 안 하면 얼굴 위험.
레디하자 레디. 레디하자 레디.
레디 안 하면 벤, 레디 안 하면 벤, 레디 안 하면 킥. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 너 벤.
섹스충 저거 근데
숨거나 알려는 술래밖에 안 돼.
아이 없어.
야 가자. 나 폭탄 아니고 아싸. 너 벤, 너 벤.
누구?
여기 승현이 개새끼가?
미안해.
여기서
맞아.
여기서 사람 안 쓰는 것 같아. 저 새끼가? 너 죽여?
이런 씹새끼가. 이런 씹새끼.
야, 너 깜찍했어, 그니까. 야, 하지 말았지.
근데 누구 나간 거야?
얘나, 나한테 깜찍지 마. 야, 원하는 새끼 내가 죽여줄게. 한번 골라봐. 영상이 죽여줘? 그래. 여기 있잖아. 나이스. 아, 영상 어떡해, 영상아. 영상이 죽었다, 아싸.
예선 누구
올라와 있어, 누가 올라와 있어.
누구 죽었어?
지금 승현이 내가 죽였고, 영상이가 폭탄 터져 죽였고, 한 명도 폭탄 터져 죽었어. 찌르기. 아싸, 버그다리! 씨발! 아싸야, 봐봐. 여기서, 이거 칼, 이거, 제가 칼 아니야, 진짜. 내가 칼이야, 씨발! 너 기그당해. 나 여기 있으면 안 죽는단 말이야.
야 칼은 뭐가 좋은 거야?
칼은 다 죽이는 거야. 야, 이거 내가 못할 것 같아? 빨간 대가리 새끼 누지? 갑자기 크게 들어가? 점프가 아닌 그냥 개 도망치기. 야, 승현아, 이것도 봐. 내가 꿀집 깔아줘, 이렇게. 자, 봐봐. 야, 꿀집은 여기 바위 보이지? 보통 앞으로 뛰면서 떨어지면 낙점 안 받아. 뒤에 떨어지. 뒤에 떨어지. 라고 할걸. 일단 해줄게, 바로. 응? 맨날 발라도 있네? 이거 진짜 나도 모르겠어. 충분히 죽었을 것 같아. 나 왜 이렇게 빨라? 씨발, 죽었어. 하이. 너무 쓰게. 실수해도? 죄송합니다. 죄송합니다. 한 방! 진짜 억지. 나 일반
stop gaming. In 2022, it does.
Have event settings, so you need to create a blank event and manually select the object graphic. So in this case I've already pre-created one, but as an example you can change the graphic to whatever you like. In this case I used G-style. change the graphic to whatever you like. In this case I used G-Style. post 2. Okay, so the first thing we do when we set up the post box for our mailbox is keep the trigger to talk. We'll change the orientation to left so it faces the path. Then in the display, the postman is late. And here we add a little flourishing touch. Wait 0.3 seconds, move the camera control to first person, and have the camera settings to face the path. Again, you can move this around according to your tastes or your desires. And then we switch event 3. Path. Again, you can move this around according to your tastes or your desires. And then we switch event 3. We switch the event switch number 3, which I've named postman, to on. And of course at this point, when you check the mailbox again, it'll trigger the postman event again, so we can add a local switch to set to on, and another event with the sheet conditions set to local switch. I won't bother with that right now. Okay, and then next we set up another blank event, this time for our postman. Sheet 1, add the condition where the switch number 3 is off. And then we, on the second event sheet, we do the same, add the condition where the switch number 3 is
Hello again, SGBers. I'm Companion Wolf. Welcome to another Smile Game Builder.
Has oído hablar.
Sheet 1, add the condition where the switch number 3 is off, and then we On the second event sheet, we do the same, add the condition where the switch number 3 is on and change the graphic. Again, I've used the GS I've used the G style graphics, and event orientation is up. This motion, by the way, is set to run. Event orientation up, movement speed is 3, which is the fastest. Movement pattern is approach, i.e. approach the player. Movement frequency is set to run. I've used the G style graphics, and event orientation is up. This motion, by the way, is set to run. Event orientation up, movement speed is 3, which is the fastest. Movement pattern is approach, i.e. approach the player. Movement frequency is very great, so he's zipping along. Display text. Sorry, I'm late. You have a letter. This is display dialogue. In this one I used the bpeople09 because, well, there isn't really a postman graphic, so for some reason this one just reminds me of a postman. Anyway, the character is a hero 1, and then you can copy and paste the dialogue and change it. So the second character comes along. The letter says arrange a meeting with Dirk. Dirk from the desert, Dirk from Desert Town, Derek from the cave, and Drea from the temple. And I have no idea where those names come from or why they all begin with D. So the postman make him walk 7 steps down and check pass-through players in events in case he runs into Lisa, who sometimes wanders onto the path, thereby disrupting his routine and throwing him into a complete confused state. And then we can add another camera control for normal view to reset it to the overhead view, turn a local switch normal view to reset it to the overhead view, turn a local switch on, and then sheet 3 condition is set to local switch and as a blank event. This is just to prevent him from reappearing because the postman switch will remain on. So if we play test it, you can see what'll happen. Check the mail. And there he is. Yeah, that crappy movement I believe is a known glitch, one that'll probably be fixed at some point. Sorry I'm late. I have a letter. The letter says, arrange a meeting with Derek from Desert Town, Derek from the cave, and Drea from the temple. And there you have it. So the Desert Town is the first on the list, so let's head to... I put him in the pub. As you can see, I already pre-created him. Town, and there you have it. So the Desert Town is the first on the list, so let's head to... I put him in the pub. As you can see, I already pre-created him. He's sitting down. Now, note that because he's sitting down. I already pre-created him. Pub. Let's head to... I put him in the pub. As you can see, I already pre-created him. He's sitting down. Created him. I put him in the pub. As you can see, I already pre-created him. He's sitting down. Now, note that because he's sitting down, his event is actually showing above the stool. He's sitting down. Now, note that because he's sitting down, his event is actually showing above the stool. And this is where ignore elevation comes in. Seated character events are in fact above the player, but positioned below their floor position. Like so. Sitting on a chair. Like so. Sitting on a chair, you'll notice that this is the floor, and they're just sitting below. That's in order to fit onto the stool. This is actually because the event is stacked on top of the stool object. This is actually to do with object elevation. Again, that's for another time. So back to Dirk. I used the People 15A graphic because he has shades on and he's kind of an assassin dude and just looks cool. Emotion is chair. The orientation is up, so he's facing the bar. and I added 3 sheets. Sheet 1, basically a dialogue. Be people 15 too, because they have shades on. Those shades. That's one cool, slick dude. I really like that one. Anyway, display dialogue, he says, what do you want? And then on sheet 2, graphics are the same as before. This add condition is when the postman has visited, i.e. the switch is on. Then the dialogue switches between the two characters. Your hero speaks first, Dirk, and then Dirk says, yeah, who's asking? And then your character again, you summon to a meeting, and then Dirk says, yeah, who's asking? And then your character again. You summon to a meeting, and then Dirk says okay again. So variable 16, which I've named meeting attendees, just basically add to 1. This is to check the number of attendees that have actually been summoned. And finally, we turn the switch on. Dirk number 16 turned on. And the third event sheet, the condition is Dirk is on, completely blank event. So let's play test this. Quickly so you can see what I mean, and we'll just add the start point here. What do you want? And that's all he says, because we haven't visited the mail to get the letter from the post office postman. So we can cheat here by bringing up the debug window with F5. Well, it's not really cheating, is it? Basically, we set the postman switch to on, click apply, and then the conversation will ensue. And he disappears. Realistically, he'll run off through the door with a series of move events. But this is a tutorial, so we can skip on that. Next is the cave. So to save a lot of time, we can basically copy and then we can paste it in the cave. I've already created his event. So it's pretty much the same as before. I just Just change the graphic to People 14A because it's kind of priesty. And Derek is a timid priest type. So when postman is off, i.e. when the postie hasn't visited, he'll say, I wonder what this switch does. And when it is, the conversation will ensue, one will be added to the meeting, and Derek's switch will be turned on. And when it is, the conversation will ensue. One will be added to the meeting, and Derek's switch will be turned on. So when Derek's switch is turned on under the conditions, he'll disappear. And finally, he'll say, I wonder what this switch does. And when it is, the conversation will. We have Drea in a temple doing the same thing. Same as before, I just changed the graphic to People 14A because it's kind of priesty. And Derek is a timid priest type. So when postman is off, i.e. when the postie hasn't visited, he'll say, I wonder what this switch does. So here. And finally, we have Drea in a temple doing the same thing, but I just added another template map. This one's Temple 01, and already set up Drea in the same way I did with Dirk and Derek. Just changed all of the relevant details, and changed all of the relevant details, and in this case she says hi there, welcome to the temple. I used the graphic Hero in 8A because that sort of looks like a nun or a priestess or something. And then when postman's visited, postman switches on, conversation, and as usual add one to the meeting attend because this one's doing the same thing, but I just added to the meeting. I've already created his event, so it's pretty much the same as before. I just changed a nun or a priestess or something, and then when the postman's visited, postman switches on, conversation, postman switches on, conversation, and as usual add one to the meeting. Attendees and in this case she says, "Hi there, welcome to the temple." I used the graphic Hero Innate because that sort of looks like a nun or a priestess or something. And then when the postman's visited, postman switches on, conversation, and as usual add one to the meeting attendees and turn Drea's switch on. And then this time when Drea's switch is turned on, blank event representing that she's left. So back at the house, we create 3 more. Three more events, and again they are set above the stools because they're sitting down. So for Dirk, the first sheet should be blank, and the second sheet is configured, changing the graphics to usual. Is configured so that when Dirk's switch is on, he will appear as a graphic. And it's the same for the other. Two. We got Dirk triggered. And then we have Derek triggered, and finally we have Dreyer triggered. And whenever their corresponding switches are turned on, they'll appear here. Okay, let's playtest. What the hell? Hell? Okay, let's playtest. What the hell? Oh dear. Eldred is walking. Eldred is walking on air. I must. That's funny. That made my day. I must have moved him by mistake. Actually, I'm gonna keep him up there. We're gonna have like a little. Put him up there and see what it's like. I'm gonna play test. This is gonna be funny. The way it's set to run. If right here that and then is off, and then we. So the first thing we do when we set up the post box, the postman is late. And here we add a little flourishing touch. Wait 0.3 settings to, which I've now checked them to set local. Another blank event. this time for our postman. Sheet 1, add the condition where the switch number 3 is off, and then we add the condition blank event, this time for our postman. Okay, and then next we set up another blank event, this time for our postman. Sheet 1, add the condition where the switch number 3 is off, and then we on the second event sheet we do the same, add the condition where the switch number 3 is on, and change the graphic. Again, I've used the GS.
Luchar es lo que mejor hago, así que lucho por ellos.
No le des la espalda a lo que es correcto.
Prefiero romper reglas que personas, aunque pueda hacer excepciones.
Estamos juntos en esto. Veo belleza en estas sombras.
Si existe un límite, no lo he encontrado.
Este poder no es solo para luchar contra la oscuridad, es para proteger a los que amo.
Fellas, is it gay to kiss a girl? I mean, you're literally kissing someone who likes dick. Fellas, is it gay to drink water? I mean, the male body is literally 70% water. You're literally deep throating another man.
Yeah, but has that water come from another man?
Fellas,
That's the important question.
is it gay to look in the mirror?
Right, okay.
I mean,
La duda es el mayor de los enemigos.
Ahora puedes adorarme.
I mean, you're literally checking out a man's body.
Yeah, but it's your own.
Fellas!
It's fine if it's
Is
your
it
own.
gay to make money? I mean, you're literally collecting pictures of other men.
I'm scared. I
Fellas!
scaring me.
Is it gay to masturbate? I mean, you're literally touching a dick. Fellas! Is it gay to see? I mean, you're literally observing in a world with lots of dick.
Blue, I'm going to kill
Fellas! Is it gay to be a man? I mean, you're literally walking around with a dick attached to you. Fellas! Is it gay to catch?
Guess what? It's my birthday, bitches! Every day I'm shuffling.
I have two sides.
Look, guys, the time is green. Greer. It's Greer. Yeah.
Oh, life could be a dream if I could take you up in paradise up above.
¿Listos o no? Es hora de brillar. Cubran la tierra a mi paso. Nadie puede caminar por donde yo he ido. 30 segundos para los súbditos. El trabajo duro es para quienes carecen de talento. No le agradas a las rocas, no le agradas a las plantas. Estoy seguro de que a mí tampoco me agradas. No, tú tienes que irte. Esto crecerá sobre la tumba de mis enemigos. Si el talento fuera un elemento, tal vez podría arrojarles un poco. ¡Ja! ¡Ja! triste. Disculpa. ¿Me escuchas? Más vale que cuando regrese haya una estatua de mí. Este lugar tendrá el privilegio de que yo lo conquiste. Es tu culpa. Debiste hacer reverencia. ¿Sirvientes? ¿Mi palanquín? ¿Sirvientes? Tengo que hacerlo todo yo misma.
Un enemigo ha sido eliminado.
Un trono, 9 hermanas. 9 accidentes trágicos por su segundo.
Los compañeros están desfalleciendo.
¡Te ordeno que mueras! Los secretos de mis enemigos se los lleva el viento. Húmeda, como las lágrimas de mis enemigos. ¡Fórmenlos! Haré que se dobleguen. No puedo esperar a ser emperatriz. Si tan solo mi familia entera no interfiriera.
Has eliminado a un enemigo.
¿Quién dijiste que eras? Quienes se encuentran en Star no viven para cortarme. Pero soy demasiado increíble para morir.
Tu aliado ha sido eliminado.
A un lado. ¿Lo ves? Ni la muerte es rival para Quillana. No me falta empatía. Los demás deben ser mejores.
No sabían a lo que se enfrentaban. Tu aliado ha sido eliminado. ¡Asesinato doble!
Por supuesto que domino el fuego. Solo no me gusta alardear.
Racha sangrienta del enemigo.
Escuchen, su futura emperatriz se retira de la batalla. De acuerdo, prosigan. No soy arrogante, solo tengo razón. Este lugar será una linda adición al imperio. como suena.
La chispa de su corazón se ha extinguido.
Ser joven implica vivir para ver a todos tus enemigos morir primero.
La luz de tu aliado se ha extinguido.
Algunas personas solo nacen mejores. ¿Por qué no te postras? Y si quieren adorarme, no los detendré.
Incluso
Tengo grandes planes para su vida.
¡Enfrenta tu destino!
A mi desierto. Déjenme ganar algo. Son tan tiernos cuando piensan que tienen una oportunidad. Sé lo que están pensando. ¡Hallado que viene! Es muchísimo mejor que sus 9 hermanas. No puedo creer que no sea nuestra reina.
la torreta ha sido destruida. Pero no te preocupes.
Es indignante que me den sirvientes que me carguen. ¿Sabes qué es lo malo de ser una princesa? Nada. ¿Pasto? ¿Oh, pasto? Aléjame de esta batalla
La torreta ha
agobiante.
sido destruida.
¿Y podrías abanicarme? Algunos esperan su turno. Otros toman lo que merecen. No más indiferencia en mis comentarios. Existe que de nada. Siguiente.
Asesinato doble.
Quillana Suprema. Disculpa. ¿Me escuchas? Más vale que cuando regrese haya una estatua de mí. Veamos. ¿Quién puede hacer algo
Tu
por mí?
torreta está acabada.
Si me salpicas con tu sangre, te mato de nuevo. ¡Ubícate!
La luz de tu aliado se ha extinguido.
solo tendré que matarlos. Tengamos un banquete en mi honor, pero necesitamos un motivo para celebrar. ¡Ya sé! Hablar de los enemigos. Siempre habrá alguien mejor. Soy yo. ¡Alégrate! Ahora eres parte de la leyenda de Quillana. ¿Sirvientes? ¿Sirvientes? Tengo que hacerlo todo yo misma.
Asesinato doble del enemigo.
Hace calor. ¿Dónde está mi abanico real?
¡Se acabó! Frase sangrienta del enemigo. Torreta destruida.
Creo que me obligarán a hacerlo por las malas. En Ishtal los llamamos Kaomul, lodo en formación.
Masacrando a tu equipo.
Eso no fue aplastante, apenas fue un apretoncito. Algún día, todo esto será Ishtar, un imperio glorioso con una emperatriz digna.
Masacre enemiga.
Las cosas cumplen mis órdenes. ¿Verdad, Roca? Nunca me verán llegar. ¡Qué lástima! Y Shao Kahn. Aprende a un lado.
Mi desierto. Balas mi precio. Luz estelar se está desvaneciendo.
Mantenerme en el suelo. La tierra me
Tu
obedece.
aliado ha sido eliminado.
Sé lo que están pensando. ¡Allá va Quillana! Es muchísimo mejor que sus 9 hermanas. No puedo creer que no sea nuestra reina.
Tu aliado ha sido eliminado.
Desearía que hubiera alguien tan perfecto como yo. padres gobiernan con justicia y compasión. ¡Qué aburrido! Tendremos un banquete en mi honor, pero necesitamos un motivo para celebrar. ¡Ya sé! Aplastemos al enemigo. La muerte es rival para Quillana. Mis pies no pueden ir por donde pasaron seres inferiores. Déjenlos ganar algo. Son tan tiernos cuando piensan que tienen una oportunidad. Algún día, todo esto será Shao Kahn. Un imperio glorioso con una emperatriz digna. Entiendo, fracasar es lo tuyo. Escuchen, su futura emperatriz se retira de la batalla. De acuerdo, prosiga. A este lugar le vendría bien una remodelación.